I'm gonna start, okay? What's so abnormal? What's so abnormal? This deck versus all large scale system on the planet. Come on. Got destroyed there. Man, what's so abnormal? 어, 특검을 거부하는 자 국민이 거부한다. 오! 해병대 진상규명. 와, 해병대 진상규명. 규명. 빨강색이다. Thanks for being honest. Why should you remove all the posts? Thanks for being honest. I don't want to lie. I don't want to as well. Thanks for being honest. Thanks for being honest. First, 거짓. Thanks for being honest. 조국이다. Not sure. You guys just scroll this gold to Tico. You guys just scroll this gold to Tico. 골티티가 댄스. You guys, this girl is 골티티가. Be careful, guys. This girl. Hey guys, be careful. This girl is 골티티가. 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 은퇴 불고 강의합니다. 1,000만 원 벌게 해준다는 너희가 뭐 수가 있어. Human resource. Yeah, what school did this guy go to? Noam Chomsky. He looks really smart, bro. He looks really, really smart. He's 95 years old. 봐봐, 이렇게 머리를 쓰는 사람들은 엄청 오래 살아. He was what, 88 back then? Wow. UPenn. Got his PhD in UPenn. Political criticism, cognitive science. Libertarian socialism, anarcho-syndicalism. 들어보자. 얼마나 이렇게 지적으로 엄청난 후던 사람들은 진짜 최상위인데 이 사람 학계 최상위. 소셜리즘 이렇게 지적이 엄청나고 지적으로 뛰어난 사람들은 다 사회주의를 옹호하다. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Well, I don't agree with that. So I don't agree with it. Now we're getting to it. Yeah. No, they're not. I agree with everything except the bottom line. I mean, let's take a really harsh institution that we don't argue about, slavery. Okay, nobody thinks slavery was good, I presume. Nevertheless, everything that you just said could be said about slavery. I mean, if you took a look at the plantation economy, there were masters who were very decent people. They treated the slaves very nicely. In fact, they were treated better than free workers, much better. They were allowed to live their family lives, you know. I mean, they didn't beat them up or anything. But it didn't matter. It was slavery. And maybe some of them, you know, gave money to the church and did all kind of decent things. Probably they did, you know, nice people. But the trouble was the institution. The institution was wrong. It doesn't matter whether you do it nicely or not nicely. People, you know, the idea that a person should be owned is just an intolerable infringement on human rights, whether the person who owns him is nice to them or not. And, you know, in the 19th century, it was widely recognized that the same is true of people who rented. It's an intolerable infringement on people's rights, even if the guy who rents you is nice to you. The question is whether decisions over investment, production, distribution, what happens on the shop floor, conditions of work, all that kind of stuff, whether those decisions should be out of public control. You go back to the 19th century when there was a live, popular, libertarian working class movement, and you will read in the Knights of Labor statement publications that wage slavery is not a lot different from slavery. In fact, if you bother to go back to the origins of democratic thought, you know, you really read the classics of when people claim to be, you know, classical liberals and so on. But you go back and read this stuff, you know, like say Wilhelm von Humboldt, who was the inspiration of John Stuart Mill. He says the leading principle of this, you know, a great classical liberal, you know, the origin of the whole business. The leading principle of his thought is that human beings are born to, he said, to inquire and create, and to create under their own initiative. If any work that a person does under outside pressure is inhuman. If a person creates something beautiful under outside orders, we may admire what he does, but we will despise what he is. Well, that's classical liberal thought. You know, they don't take it that in Chicago school. But that's classical any more than they tell you what Adam Smith really said, which is very different from what's claimed. But that's classical liberal thought, and it's because it was driven by, you know, concepts of human rights and human dignities, which are seriously infringed by the structure of business operations. even if the guys who run it are nice guys. You can't be a nice guy in certain positions because the institution is not nice. Now, I'm not, I'm not saying let's go out and blow up Lotus, sure. Not at all. I mean, yes, they're among the best ones around, but that doesn't lead us to I think it should not lead us to overlook what's fundamentally wrong with that authoritarian structure.
There are some business organizations out there that are really good. I mean, computer business is what I know about. I think half the people are Lotus. Producing real value for their customers. They work for us at all. And not using anybody.
Well, I don't agree with that.
92세인데도 아직까지 저렇게 하는 건 진짜 대단한 사람이다. 그렇게 지적에 머리를 쓰는 사람들은 저렇게 오래 살아. What to deal with Trump prisons? Leninism. What we really want.
I'm sure many other people who are here tonight are deeply indebted to your work. It's been absolutely essential in helping us cut through the kind of garbage that we're faced with every day when we try to figure out what's going on in the world. But I think there's also, if I can continue, I think there is also a problem in the analysis that I've seen in your works and that you presented tonight, in the sense that I think we can tend to lose the forest for the trees, that you present so many astonishing details about what is wrong with the system and about what is wrong with the media, that we can tend to lose sight of what I think the really key question is, which is why is this control necessary in the first place? And I would submit at least that I think it's because there's intact.
How do I change the color of YouTube? How to change? Blue mod. Intellectuals are socialists. Why are so many intellectual socialists? are so many intellectual socialists. Critic capitalism. Socialism.
I got a minute and a half, I swear to God, it's no longer. It's because there's antagonistic interest involved. They didn't talk about milkmaids and whatever it was, dairy maids and spinsters and laborers in the 17th century for no reason. It was because they were the working class. And what we see today in this country, I think, is quite frankly, let's speak bluntly, a ruling class which tries to control a working class population. And that's what it's about, is holding on to that power. If that's the case, then it seems like to me the question that we face is how to organize to change that system, to challenge capitalism. And I think in that effort, you do a disservice to your listeners and to the people who respect your work when you equate Lenin with Stalinism as blithely as you did tonight. I say that, and I think it's also important to point out that that is an unquestioned assumption and also an easy applause getter we saw that you share with the mainstream media. And I think
레니니즘이랑 스탈리니즘이 뭐야 차이가? 소셜 스테이트.
if it were actually that simple, the horrific kinds of measures that even bourgeois historians describe as a counter-revolution under Stalin would not have been necessary if they were all the same to begin with. Now, in short, to sum up, the situation that you have outlined tonight, I think, is extremely serious, and I think it's important that we all take it seriously. What we're talking about is literally the fate of millions of lives around the world, particularly in the international politics that you described. That being the case, then I think we need a full and a serious and a fair discussion of various different alternatives, not just talking about the horrors of capitalism, but actually how to change it to end this stuff once and for all.
Well, I think you made it okay. I think, well, there's several questions there. One is about the discussion of the United States, and I think what I said is approximately what you said, except I didn't use some of that rhetoric. Which I don't particularly think is particularly helpful to the truth, either analytically or to understand or whatever, but it's the same picture. John Jay had it straight. The people who own the country ought to govern it, and the people who own the country have basically now are a network of corporations and conglomerates, and banks, and so on. They ought to govern it, and the way they do it is by the methods we've described. Now, as far as the Soviet Union is concerned, I didn't happen to talk about it tonight, but I've written about this topic. I haven't just made the charge. I've written about it and explained why I think it's true. And it doesn't bother me if I happen to agree with the mainstream media on this. Trotsky, to pick somebody who you remember, once he was charged in the 1930s with agreeing with the fascists in his condemnation of the Soviet Union. And he pointed out that his critique was to be true. He wasn't going to abandon it if somebody else happened to say it for different reasons. So the question is about the Soviet Union, and particularly about Lenin. So what was Leninism? Well, here we have to look at facts. Now, you look at the facts, I think here's what you find. Lenin was a right-wing deviation of the socialist movement, and he was so regarded. He was regarded as that by the Marxists, by the mainstream Marxists. But we've forgotten who the mainstream Marxists were because they lost. And you only remember the guys who won. But if you go back to that period, the mainstream Marxists were people like, for example, Anton Pannekoek, who was head of education for the Marxist movement, and he's one of the people who Lenin later denounced as an infantile leftist. But he was one of the leading intellectuals of the actual Marxist movement. Rosa Luxemburg was another mainstream Marxist, and there were others. And they were very critical. In fact, Trotsky was one up until 1917. They were all very critical of Leninism because of this, what they regarded as this opportunistic vanguardism. The idea that the radical intelligentsia were going to exploit popular movements to seize state power and then to use that state power to whip the population into the society that they chose. Now, that was quite inconsistent with Marxism as understood by the mainstream sort of, I'd say, left Marxists. From this point of view, Bolshevism was a right-wing deviation. Trotsky made the same points up till 1917. Now, when Lenin came back to Russia in April 1917, he took a different line, quite a different line from the one he'd had in the past. If you take a look at Lenin's work, it shifted character in April 17. In April 1917, it became kind of libertarian. That's when he came out with the April Theses, and that's when he wrote State and Democracy. It came out a year later. That's when it was written. And these were the State and Revolution. These were basically libertarian works. They were very much more in the mainstream of sort of left libertarian socialism, from sort of this range that goes from anarchism over to left Marxism of the Pannekoek-Luxemburg variety. And he talked about Soviets and the need for Pannekoek-Luxemburg variety. And he talked about Soviets and the need for workers' organization and so on. In fact, came really closer to what the essence of socialism was always understood to be. After all, the core of socialism was understood to be workers' control over production. That was the core. That's where you begin with. Then you go on to other things. But the beginning is control by the workers over production. That's where it begins. Then Lenin took power in October 1917 in what's called a revolution, but in my view ought to be called a coup. And things followed that coup, or revolution, if you want to call it that. One of the things that followed it was the immediate moves to destroy the Soviets and the factory councils. Those were some of the first moves of Lenin and Trotsky after they took, Trotsky joined at that point, after they took state power. In fact, you look at what Lenin wrote after that period, or did, you'll find it's a reversion to the earlier position. This sort of left deviation is that, a deviation. You could ask why. In my view, it's just opportunistic. He knew that in order to gain power, he was going to have to go along with the popular currents that were developing, which were in fact spontaneous and libertarian and socialist, as most popular movements have been, in fact, since the 17th century. And being an astute politician, which he was, he sort of went along with that and talked the line that the people want.
Is Chomsky well known? Chomsky. Also name an intellectual socialism beyond. What are his major works? Chomsky.
Wanted to hear. It's just like when an American politician goes somewhere and his pollsters tell him, say so-and-so, and he says it. I mean, he believes it. And I think Lenin was doing the same thing without polls. In any event, whatever your interpretation is, when he took power, he reverted to the former vanguardism and moved at once to eliminate the organs of workers' control. Now that meant he was moving to destroy socialism, if socialism has as its core workers' control over production. The Soviets and the factory councils were instruments of workers' control. And same, you could say the defective instruments that worked out better and so on, yeah, no doubt. But they were the instruments that had been developed in the course of popular struggle to implement basically workers' control, and those were the first things to go. By early 1918, it's still really before the Civil War set in, Lenin's view was pretty clearly expressed. It was the view that both he and Trotsky took the position that what you need is what Trotsky called a labor army, which is submissive to the control of a single leader. He said modern progress and development of socialism requires that the mass of the population subordinate themselves to a single leader in a disciplined workforce. Well, that has absolutely nothing to do with socialism. In fact, it's the exact opposite of it. And was criticized for that by in a spirit of some solidarity.
복잡해.
You mentioned just in passing, teenage girls, if they have a free Saturday afternoon, they like to walk around in the shopping mall rather than going to the library. So I've found that very thought-provoking, because I think that many people, and I would have to include myself, believe that deep down, what we all really want is
money.
material comfort for ourselves. That this is what we all want more than anything else. We may make an effort and go to the library. We may make an effort and vote. We may make an effort and go to work, or even visit a sick friend, or say a friendly word to someone who is in trouble. But what we really would like to do is sit on a big, comfortable sofa and watch an entertaining program on a big, beautiful television set, and maybe have somebody bring us some hot fudge sundaes or bonbons while we're watching the program. That this is what I really like, what everyone is really like. Selfish and really seeking material comfort. That is human nature. That is bedrock human nature. And I think a lot of our political attitudes come from the fact that we think we can never get away from that. That's what we are. Now, do you share that view?
Not the least. And I think there's plenty of evidence against it. There has been a massive effort for over 100 years to try to convince people that that's what we are. It's called advertising. Now, it's a huge industry. It's dedicated explicitly, openly to trying to, you read the business press 100 years ago, and it's taking off to try to direct people to the superficial things of life, like fashionable consumption. Get them out of our hair by getting them involved in consumption. And huge efforts go into this. For example, about 20 or 30 years ago, the advertising industry realized that there's a sector of the population that they're not reaching because they don't have money, known as children. So then some bright guys figured, well, we can get around this. The children don't have money, but their parents do. So what we have to do is direct television programs for children and so on try to induce what's called nagging. Try to get that this is literally the case. Create nagging propaganda. By now, if you look at academic applied psychology departments, there are actually programs studying different kinds of nagging and how you can induce it. And if you watch children's television, I've seen this with my grandchildren. It's 2-year-old kids are looking at things and they're being induced to try to get your parents to get me this thing or else I'm going to die, and so on. And then the parents get it and you throw it away in 5 minutes. But every aspect of our life is devoted to this. Die, so they're being induced to try to get your parents to get me this thing or else I'm going to die, and so on. And then the parents get it and you throw it away in 5 minutes. But every aspect of our life is devoted to this. Actually, my wife and I were taken by a friend a couple of weeks ago to see the baseball, the pre-season baseball, spring training, right? And you take a look at the stadium, every inch is covered with an ad. I mean, I remember pre-season, the baseball, the pre-season baseball, spring training, right? And you take a look at the stadium, every inch is covered with an ad. I mean, I remember first baseball game I went to was in the 1930s. There were no ads anywhere. Now every inch is an ad. Every taxi cab you look at is an ad. Every minute of your life is inundated with it.
야, 진짜 이 사람은 보는 시각이 훨씬 넓구나. 이거는 진짜 왼쪽에서 보는 거네. 왼쪽 테이트가 엄청나게 오른쪽에서 봤다면 이 사람 왼쪽 시각에서 리얼 월드를 바라보는 시각이네, 저것도. 이 사람도 평범함이 아니야. 평범한 바깥에 있는 거지. 이거 왼쪽에서 바라보는 시각. He's viewing the real world from the left side point of view. This is so interesting, bro. This guy's, it's like watching Andrew Tate, except it's from the liberal side, bro. It's from the left side, not the right wing side. Left wing side.
To turn you into the kind of person you're describing. So is that human nature? I don't think so. So take a look at these Trump voters again. So these working class people in, let's say, rural towns, manufacturing towns in Arkansas, and take a listen to what they're saying. These are people men who want to work in coal mines, which is not fun, rather than to take a government handout. They don't want to sit on the couch and being given a government handout.
What the fuck?
So take a look at these Trump voters again. You into the kind of person you're describing. Mm-hmm. So is that human nature? I don't think so. So take a look at these Trump voters again. It was in the 1930s. There were no ads anywhere. Now every inch is an ad. Every taxi cab you look at is an ad. Every minute of your life is inundated with efforts to turn you into the kind of person you're describing.
자식. 완전히 팽개치고. 완전히 팽개치고. 다 그 수준이지. 딱 그 정도지, 그 수준이지. 토 나오네, 씨발.
So is that human nature? I don't think so. Every inch is covered with an ad. I mean, I remember first baseball game I went to was in the 1930s. There were no ads anywhere. Now every inch is an ad. Every taxi cab you look at is an ad. Every minute of your life is inundated with efforts to turn you into the kind of person you're describing. So is that human nature? I don't think so. So take a look at these Trump voters again. So these working class people in, say, rural towns, which manufacturing towns in Arkansas, and take a listen to what they're saying. These are men who want to work in coal. So take a look at these Trump voters again. So these working class people in, say, rural towns, which manufacturing towns in Arkansas, and take a listen to what they're saying. These are men who want to work in coal mines, which is not fun, rather than to take a government handout. They don't want to sit on the couch and being given a government handout. That undermines their sense of dignity, of self-worth, of doing something significant. And I think that's what people are. You go back further, there's plenty of evidence for it. There's a wonderful study, a huge study of the reading habits of the British working class in the late 19th century. Jonathan Rhodes, very detailed study. What were British workers reading? Turns out they were better educated than the aristocrats. In, say, Eastern Massachusetts, Boston, where I live, an Irish blacksmith, if he could make enough money, he would hire a boy to read to him while he's working. I can remember this from childhood. In the 1930s, most of my family were immigrants, first generation unemployed working class. They were quite educated. Many of them didn't go to school, maybe fourth grade, but they read, they went to concerts, they went to Shakespeare plays, they talked about it, they were interested in politics. I think it's taken huge efforts to try to drive all of this out of people's heads. I think the natural thing for humans is to want to be independent, creative, whether creative, maybe you work on fixing up old cars in your garage on the weekend instead of sitting and watching television, whatever it may be. You want to do something that's significant, that's worthwhile, maybe even if it's a ugly, horrible job like working in a coal mine instead of taking a government handout. Because people, I think, want dignity and a sense of self-worth and a sense of creating and doing something important. That's what we are. And I think it's taken huge efforts, enormous efforts. A huge part of the economy is devoted to trying to drive these things out of people's heads, to make you think that all you want is more commodities. So you should go shopping instead of reading.
So that most people, by this account, really have been unnaturally squashed into being something much, much smaller than they could be or they should be.
And want to be.
In
fact, it's pretty interesting to go back to studies of the working class press in the early Industrial Revolution. In the United States, or England, it's earlier. In the United States, it would be mid-19th century, late 19th century. There's a very lively working class press. A lot of it written by young women from the farms called factory girls who ran their own newspapers. And the material, it's a lot of material on it, and it's pretty interesting. What they wanted was dignity. They hated the industrial system because it was destroying their rights as independent people. They attacked what sometimes they called the slogan, they denounced the slogan, gain wealth, forgetting all but self. In other words, the kind of person that you think we all are, that we're taught we all are, that's what they were condemning. We don't want to just gain wealth, forgetting all but self. We want dignified, independent lives. They regarded wage labor as not very different from slavery, which was just a popular idea that was a slogan of the Republican Party, literally, Abraham Lincoln and so on, because it takes it, you're selling yourself if you're a wage laborer. If you sell something you created, let's say you're an artisan and you make something and you sell it, you're not selling yourself.
If you sell your labor, you're selling yourself. You're losing your dignity and independence. It's an attack on your fundamental rights. Well, these are themes that run right through the spontaneous productions of mostly uneducated working class, what we call uneducated working class people. It was the same in England before us. I think it's the same elsewhere. I just don't think people are, when you talk about human nature, I think we're talking about something that's constructed and contrived with enormous effort, conscious effort. You look at, in the television industry, there's what's called content and fill in a program. Content is the ads, and fill is the car chase that you pull off the shelf to keep people watching between the ads. And if you just watch television, you can see that the creativity, the thought, the funding, and so on is going into the ads, not into the fill. The newspaper industry, there's what they call the news hole. So you lay out the newspaper first, you get all the ads. That's what matters. Then there's this news where you put in things to keep people watching. This is literally hundreds of millions of dollars a year. A huge part of the economy goes into this. An interesting aspect of this, which is kind of interestingly not studied very much, has to do with basic economics. So anyone who took an economics course, reads about it, knows that a market economy.
Sense of accomplishment, sense of meaning through the weekend I don't do something. Sense of impact.
Is supposed to be based on informed consumers making rational choices. That's what we're taught our economy is. Turn on the television set and take a look at the content, the ads. Are they trying to create informed consumers making rational choices? I mean, if we had a market economy, if there was an ad, it would be an announcement by, say, Ford Motor Company. Here are the characteristics of the cars I'm producing next year. Here's what Consumer Reviews says about them. That would create informed consumers making rational choices. It's not what you see. There's huge efforts to try to create irrational consumers, uninformed consumers making irrational choices to undermine market economies.
Yes.
And to turn people into people who may even believe that what they want is to sit on a couch and watch television, but it's not what they want as human beings.
간판만 민주주의지.
You mentioned just in passing, teenage girls, if they have a free Saturday afternoon, they like to walk around in the shopping mall rather than going to the library. So I found that very thought-provoking, because I think that many people, and I would have to include myself, believe that deep deep down, what we all really want is material comfort for ourselves. That this is what we all want more than anything else. We may make an effort and go to the library. We may make an effort and vote. We may make an effort and
Marx himself was a complex figure, the early Marx. So you read the philosophical manuscripts and so on. This is coming straight out of the French and German Romanticism. So the kinds of ideas you find expressed in Humboldt and in the more libertarian side of Rousseau himself was very split. But if you take the libertarian-esque part of Rousseau, the Second Discourse on Inequality and Humboldt and so on, all of this that's the background in which Marx grew up. And if you read the philosophical and manuscripts of the early period, they're immersed in this. So his theory of alienation comes out of this. Coerced labor is alienating and counter to human nature precisely for these reasons, for the Humboldtian reasons. When you get to the later Marx, it's sort of like a scholarly debate about whether he changed his mind or just started talking about other things. But anyway, you don't find it any longer. And by that time, Marxism does become, exactly as you say, very detrimental to this. So you get this idea, which you do find in Marx, but he couldn't have believed it, that human nature is just a historical product. And people are just they're made what their culture turns them into. You get this even people like Gramsci, who was one of the more libertarian Marxists, but this idea that humans are simply formed by the environment and they are nothing but clay, passive clay in the hands of their molders. That's an idea which is very attractive to radical intellectuals because they think they're going to be the molders, of course, and that leads right to the Leninist version of Marxism. And it does become a kind of orthodoxy. And the earlier views are either forgotten. You get this even people like Gramsci, who was one of the more libertarian Marxists, but this idea that humans are simply formed by the environment and they are nothing but clay, passive clay in the hands of their molders. That's an idea which is very attractive to radical intellectuals because they think they're going to be the molders, of course, and that leads right to the Leninist version of Marxism. And it does become a kind of orthodoxy. And the earlier views are either forgotten or marginalized, although they're certainly there in Marx, and they certainly are in the tradition that he came from. There's a lot to be learned from Marx. Well, for example, what he wrote about the Russian peasant society, which is not known. That was pretty interesting. But his analysis of the basic character of kind of an abstract form of capitalism, which is his main work, that's pretty enlightening, I think. It doesn't describe actual societies. It's quite abstract, as he insisted. But there are ideas there that can be applied, could be applied then, still can be applied very effectively to the nature of capitalist society. For example, to things like the environmental crisis, which Marx and Engels wrote about in their terms.
In your view, what's wrong with private ownership of the means of production?
We should not have relations of hierarchy, dominance, subordination, centralized control over the means of life, people who give orders.
Private ownership applies all that?
If you have private ownership of the means of production, it means that, first of all, the people, it's not just one person, it's a institution, so you get like maybe it's a corporation or private business or something. First of all, internally, it's essentially a totalitarian institution, almost necessarily. There's a group at the top, maybe a person or a group, they make the decisions, they give orders. People down the hierarchy get the orders, transmit them. At the very bottom, you get people who are permitted to rent themselves to survive. That's called a job, wage labor. And you get the outside community who's allowed to purchase what you produce, and of course they're very heavily propagandized to make them want to consume it even if they don't. So that's the nature of the system. It's kind of about as close to it, but of course they're very heavily propagandized to make them. And you get the outside community who's allowed to purchase what you produce, and of course they're very heavily propagandized to make them want to consume it even if they don't. So that's the nature of the system. It's kind of about as close to totalitarianism as you can imagine.
Private enterprise works just the way Milton Friedman says. You give the worst possible service at the highest possible profit. That's what it means to be in the business. If you try to be benevolent, you're out of the business because somebody undercuts you. So the nature of the system, as good insight goes way back to Adam Smith, is to be as mean and rotten as you can, to try to maximize profit and market share and give the worst possible service. Same with HMOs and everything else.
The system has unacceptable risk built into it. It's well known among economists that markets are inefficient from the narrowest perspective. So to make it simple, suppose you and I, suppose you sell me a car, okay? We may make a good deal for ourselves. We're not taking into account the effect on him. That's what's called an externality. And there's an effect. If you sell me a car, it increases gas prices, increases pollution, increases congestion, and that extends very broadly. These so-called externalities can be very large. Now, in financial institutions, it's far worse. They're in the business of taking risks. And if they're well managed, they calculate the potential cost to themselves if there's a loss. But the important words are to themselves. They don't calculate in what's called systemic risk, the effect on the whole system if I go bust, and it's a huge effect. The result is that risk taking is underpriced, meaning there's a lot more of it than there would be in a reasonable system. In your role as CEO of a corporation, you are compelled to maximize profit and to ignore what economists call externalities. That is the impact of your transactions on others. Well, that's why we have repeated financial crises ever since Reagan and Thatcher. The deregulation of the financial institutions means that the people who run them have to ignore what's called systemic risk, the risk that a transaction is going to bring down the system. And since you ignore it, you're increasing the probability of it, and therefore it repeatedly happens. So we repeatedly have financial crises, each one worse than the last. Markets are supposed to be magnificent because they increase your choices. Actually, they restrict your choices. You think about it for a minute. Suppose I want to get home from work at night. Okay, the market offers me a choice. I can have a Ford or a Toyota. It does not offer me the choice of a Subway. What I want, what's good for me, what's good for the environment, what's good for my children, but that's not offered in the market. Markets offer individual consumption. And the enormous stress on the importance of markets is part of the way to drive people towards looking for yourself, amassing as many commodities you can, forget everything else. In fact, if you think about it, every one of you has taken an economics course or read about it, then you know what markets are supposed to be. Markets are supposed to be systems in which informed consumers make rational choices, right? I'm sure every one of you has turned on a television set. Now, what do you see when you turn on a television set? You see that there's a huge industry, public relations industry, which began in the United States and Britain, incidentally. Huge industry, which is designed to undermine markets. Every ad is an attempt to create an uninformed consumer who will make an irrational choice, right? Huge effort on the part of the business world to undermine markets, but to keep the aspect that's useful for profit and power, namely separating people from one another, focusing on individual choices, not working with your neighbor. About close to half the stock is owned by about 1% of the population, and the bottom 80% of the population hold about 4% of the stock. And it's always, and the corporations are interlinked, like a bank will own a big corporation owned by about 1% of the population, owned by about one neighbor. Now, about close to half the stock is owned by about 1% of the population.
Holy shit.
The bottom 80% of the population hold about 4% of the stock. And it's always, and the corporations are interlinked, like a bank will own a big piece of one corporation. I mean, it's a massive system of highly concentrated power, given the rights of immortal persons, but without the responsibility of persons. These are amoral institutions. In fact, there are private tyrannies which are amoral and required to be amoral. They move towards, so they want to avoid monopoly because then they get public service requirements, but they want to be very limited. So just a few of them, which can have what are called strategic alignment.
Political Yoda.
Should I go ahead and ask you a question?
Well, let's see. Tell me, is this at too high a level of abstraction? You mentioned that this, everything you're discussing here is based on a system of money. Can one conceive of a system operating without money?
Are we on? Yeah. Yeah, I think that we're talking about very concrete questions. Can we think about a different social order? Yeah, I think we can think about a very different social order. Getting rid of money is one part of it, which I don't think is the crucial part. The crucial part is getting rid of tyranny. We happen to be living in a system which would have driven the founding fathers up a wall, and which any Enlightenment figure like Adam Smith or someone would have found horrendous. It's a tyrannical system in which power is more and more going into the hands of totalitarian structures which are unaccountable. Namely private corporations. As has long been understood, these are tyrannical structures. They are like totalitarian states. They combine in the command center judicial, legislative, and executive powers. They're pretty much unaccountable to anyone. They're huge in scale by now. They were created for distorting markets, and they carry out extreme market distortion. Like they internalize risk. They free participants from market discipline. And they have a million other ways of undermining markets, whether one thinks markets are good or bad. In any event, these are tyrannical systems which have no right to exist any more than other tyrannical systems, and they have an extraordinary effect over life. I mean, they are the media. When we talk about the media reflecting their interests, that's, like saying, I reflect my interests. Yes, of course they do. It's not just the media, it's the entertainment industry and advertising and so on. This is all a reflection of a network of private tyrannies. They have an overwhelming effect on government. They don't like government because government has a defect. It's partially influenceable by the public, whereas GE is not influenceable at all. So they've been trying to create for 50 years, they've been trying to create a move of anti-politics, hate the government. True, we have the government pretty much by the throat, but it's not totally. Those guys out there can still influence it. So let's get them to hate the government, in particular hate the federal government. State governments aren't so bad. They're small enough that we can really run them totally. Federal government is fairly large, and you can't get them around too much. That's the point behind the devolution, getting things down to the state level. Under some circumstances, it might be democratic. Under these circumstances, anti-democratic. You move things down to the state level, and even middle-sized businesses can tell them what to do. It's at the government national level, okay, maybe Microsoft and GE, but not small guys. So let's get power down. Decision when you take, say, AFDC, any kind of so-called welfare system, you put it down to the state level, you're guaranteeing that it's not going to go to poor people. Because at that level, even middle-sized businesses can insist upon regressive fiscal measures and shift in the tax code and this, that, and the other thing, which will mean that the money goes to the rich. At the federal level, it's harder. You're pushing around the bigger people.
아, 씨발 같은.
So the idea is reduce the federal government except for the parts that work for us, and those increase, like the Pentagon say. So increase that one because that works for us, but cut down the parts that work for anyone else. Go down to the state level, reduce them even further, put even more decision making into the hands of private unaccountable power. That's the core of the system, and that's what's got to be dismantled totally. It has no legitimacy. Comes out of the same intellectual roots as fascism and Bolshevism and ought to be dismantled the same way. Where you go from there, well, there one could discuss. There are lots of ways in which you have a democratically run society. It's worth discussing and thinking about. But the existence of money, it seems to me, is a side part of it. Maybe money should be part of a decent society. Maybe it shouldn't. I suspect it probably should.
So literally asset to Noam Chomsky.
We happen to.
Let's see. Tell me, is this at too high a level of abstraction? You mentioned that this, everything you're discussing here is based on a system of money. Can one conceive of a system operating without money?
Are we on? Yeah. Yeah, I think that we're talking about very concrete questions. Can we think about a different social order? Yeah, I think we can think about a very different social order. Getting rid of money is one part of it, which I don't think is the crucial part. The crucial part is getting rid of tyranny. We happen to be living in a system which would have driven the founding fathers up the wall.
We should do better.
Predatory society. Brilliant and comprehensive answer. God bless you, calm sky. Work.
하이라이트 좀 더 치면 어때?
got a question about the future of the
capitalist system. So that goes back to England in the 17th century and all the way through the history of development. But let's just take the recent period. So take today's high-tech economy. Now take, say, your iPhone. If you take your iPhone and you take the technology in it and take it apart. Turns out that almost everything comes from the state sector. The GPS was developed by the Navy, the electronics was developed in military labs, everything. The computer that's in front of you, the computers began to be developed in the 1950s, actually in large part in the lab where I happened to be working. It wasn't until 1977 that Apple was able to produce a computer that could be marketed for profit. That's after about 30 years of research and development in the state sector. Now, suppose we had capitalist societies. One of the principles of capitalism is supposed to be that if you invest in something, especially if you invest to make a risky, costly investment over, say, 30 years, and there's some profit that comes out, it's supposed to go back to you. But our system doesn't work like that. It goes to Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos. The public pays the costs through various devices.
Holy shit, Norm used to answer my emails. He wished me well on my journey, shit.
University labs and so on. And then after many years,
The outright calls him fruitcake and George Shores pucker.
something is handed over to private corporations and they make the profit. Same with the internet. The beginnings of the internet were in the late 1950s, actually in the same lab where I was working at MIT. Began thinking about the internet. And
You wrote in one of your essays that in a decent society, everyone would have the opportunity to find interesting work, and each person would be permitted the fullest possible scope for his talents. And then you went on to ask what more would be required, in particular, extrinsic reward in the form of wealth and power, only if we assume that applying one's talents in interesting and socially useful work is not rewarding in itself. And I think that line of reasoning is certainly one of the things that appeals to a lot of people, but it still needs to be explained, I think, why the kind of work which people would find interesting and appealing and fulfilling to do would coincide at all closely with the kind of work which, as it were, needs to be done if we're to sustain the likely standard of living which people demand and are used to.
Well, there's a certain amount of work that just has to be done if we're to maintain that standard of living. It's an open question how onerous that work has to be. Let's recall that science and technology and intellect have not been devoted to examining that question or to overcoming the onerous and self-destructive character of the necessary work of society. The reason is that it has always been assumed that there is a substantial body of wage slaves who will do it simply because otherwise they'll starve. However, if human intelligence is turned to the question of how to make the necessary work of society itself meaningful, we don't know what the answer will be. My guess is that a fair amount of it can be made entirely tolerable. It's a mistake to think that even backbreaking physical labor is necessarily onerous. Many people, I included, do it for relaxation. If it's under our own control, part-time and so on. Well, this weekend, for example, I got it into my head to plant 34 trees in a meadow out behind the house, for example, from the State Conservation Commission, which meant I had to dig 34 holes in the sand. Well, that's, for me and what I do with my time, mostly great hard work, but I have to admit I enjoyed it. I wouldn't have enjoyed it if I had work norms, if I had an overseer, if I'd been ordered to do it at a certain moment, and so on. On the other hand, if it's a task taken out of just interest, fine, that can be done. And I think that and that's without any technology, without any thought given to how to design the work and so on.
I put it to you that there may be a danger that this view of things is a rather romantic delusion entertained only by a small elite of people who happen, like professors, perhaps journalists.
Should I go ahead and ask your question?
Sure, anything.
You're led to think that anarchism is bomb-throwing mayhem. What is it that attracts you to anarchism?
No, anarchism has nothing to do with bomb-throwing mayhem. It's anarchism is a point of view which, first of all, it covers a lot of things. You know, political rhetoric is not the clearest, it's not a model of clarity, and anarchism has covered quite a lot of ground, but the mainstream of it has just been the basic principle, which I think comes straight out of classical liberalism and the Enlightenment, that any form of authority and domination has a burden of proof to bear. It has to demonstrate that it's legitimate. Basic. Principle, which I think comes straight out of classical liberalism. Basic principle, which I think comes straight out of classical liberalism and the Enlightenment, that any form of authority and domination has a burden of proof to bear. It has to demonstrate that it's legitimate, no matter what it is, whether it's inside a family or the global economy. If it is a form of authority and domination and coercion, it has to show that it's legitimate. If it can demonstrate it's legitimate, it's a heavy burden to bear. If it shows that it's legitimate, okay. If not, it ought to be dismantled. That's anarchism.
Okay, now, what is considered legitimate authority?
It's the task of those who have the authority to demonstrate that. So, for example, if I'm taking a walk with my granddaughter, and suppose I'm taking a walk with my granddaughter and she runs out into the street, okay, and I grab her and pull her back. Well, that's authority, and it's my task to demonstrate that it's legitimate. And I think in this case, if anybody challenged me, I could make an argument saying that's legitimate authority.
Sure.
But the burden of proof is always on those who exercise it. That's true if it's men and women, parents and children, owners and people they rent, the state and people who serve it, the IMF and people who follow its orders, wherever it is. So there's no general definition of what legitimate authority is. It's the task of those who exercise authority to demonstrate their legitimacy. They're the ones who have the burden of proof. And if they can't meet that burden by explaining why what they do is legitimate, then they have no right to exercise the authority. And whatever institution, any institution within which they exercise it is illegitimate unless they show otherwise. And the anarchists are just people who believe that and try to do something about it.
So the members of that institution, is it their responsibility to make a judgment call, not the authority, the person who is trying to prove their legitimate authority?
Well, I don't mean that every minute of the day everybody has to be saying, look, this is my legitimate authority, but they have to be prepared to meet the challenge.
Sure.
So if it's like suppose it's a formally democratic state, well, in principle, that challenge is met by interchange among the population, which recognizes the authority of actions in the public arena through constant interaction, debate, struggle, and so on. In theory, that's what happens if it is a democratic state. To the extent that that doesn't happen, it's not a democratic state and it is illegitimate. When you move to other systems of authority, like say private corporations or fascist states or other forms of totalitarianism, there's no question of legitimacy because they have none. It happens if it is a democratic state. To the extent that the authority of actions in the public arena through constant interaction, debate, struggle, and so on. In theory, that's what happens if it is a democratic state. To the extent that that doesn't happen, it's not a democratic state and it is illegitimate. When you move to other systems of authority, like say private corporations or fascist states or other forms of totalitarianism, there's no question of legitimacy because they have none.
So, but it's the responsibility of the other people in that institution, whatever that institution might be, to question and.
No, it's not their responsibility. It's their responsibility to meet the challenge. It's the responsibility of people to make the challenge. So it's the responsibility of, say, women to challenge a framework in which they are supposed to wash the dishes and put the children to sleep and that sort of thing. And it's the responsibility of men in a traditional patriarchic family to answer that challenge. I mean, it would be nice if the challenge could be raised by those in positions of authority, but that's pretty rare. I mean, usually when you're in a position of authority, you kind of internalize the values that say it's right and just. And the reason is because most people are sort of decent human beings. And it's very hard to look in the mirror and say, I'm a bastard. So usually what you do is look in the mirror and say, I'm a nice guy. And I do these things because it's right and just and legitimate. And that's pretty standard, you know. I mean, everybody knows that from their own experience. We don't have to go into it. That's what people are like. And therefore, the responsibility of raising the challenge is typically in the hands of those who recognize that they have a subordinate status. It's very hard to recognize that. I mean, people live, you know, for millennia, you know, without recognizing that they are being subordinated in systems of power. I mean, that's true of women, for example. It's into slaves, you know. I mean, most slave societies were accepted by the slaves as legitimate and in fact necessary. A large part, and the same is true of, for example, people who have jobs today in our society. Almost without exception, they consider it legitimate for them to be in a position where they have to rent themselves in order to survive. It's certainly not obvious, you know. And in fact, if you go back a century ago, it was not only considered not obvious, it was considered outlandish by American working people. And I'm not talking about Marxists or socialists or anybody like that, but say mill hands in Lowell, Massachusetts, who never heard of socialism, who regarded it as a form of slavery and were complaining that they had not fought the Civil War to replace chattel slavery by wage slavery, and that therefore those who work in the mills ought to own them. Because that's the Republican rights that we won in the American Revolution and so on and so forth. So, you know, it's not obvious. But by now, I think enough indoctrination and propaganda and so on has taken place, so people do regard that form of subordination to external authority as legitimate. Whether they should is another question. But the fact is they do, just as for most of history, women have accepted a subordinate role as correct and proper and so on, and slaves did, and people living in, say, feudal societies. In a feudal society, people had a place, you know, some kind of rule, and quite typically the societies were stable because people regarded those structures as legitimate. The same is true of religious structures and I mean, throughout human life, there's a whole variety of systems of authority and oppression and domination and so on, which are usually accepted as legitimate by the people subordinated to them. When they don't, you have struggles and revolutions and sometimes changes and sometimes brutality and so on. That's, as far as I understand it, anarchists are just people who take this seriously.
In your view, what's wrong with private ownership of the means of production?
We should not have relations of hierarchy, dominance.
Should I go ahead and ask you a question?
Sure, Hank. As far as inequality is concerned, it's been growing quite rapidly worldwide. Every year, Oxfam, leading development agency, publishes a detailed, extensive report of the state of poverty and inequality in the world. In the year 2014, they found that about 90 individuals literally had half of total world wealth, which is extraordinary. degree of inequality. In the year 2015, their latest publication, which just appeared, the number has been reduced from 90 to 62. 62 individuals hold next publication, which just appeared. The number has been reduced from 90 to 62. 62 individuals. In the year 2015, their latest publication, which just appeared, the number has been reduced from 90 to 62. 62 individuals hold half the world's wealth. And there are many very ugly consequences to this. To take one example from the Oxfam report, they point out that 5 million children are dying of starvation every year.
The fuck? 5 million? What the fuck? Bro, that's fucked up. Wait. How many? Holy shit. Let me see.
That means about 500 or so while we're meeting. 500 children starving while we're talking. And they could very easily be saved. The resources are certainly there to save while we're every year. That means about 500 or so while we're meeting. 500 children starving while we're talking. And they could very easily be saved. The resources are certainly there to save them. But policy is designed so that it goes to enriching the super rich and the powerful, and not to saving millions of children from starvation. There is an organization of the rich developed countries, the OECD, the 31 countries. Among the OECD countries, the US is at the extreme in both inequality and poverty. Just quote from the latest OECD report on this. It says the share of top incomes in the past year increased, especially in English-speaking countries in the United States, far more than others. And by top incomes, they mean the top 1%, by now a fraction of 1%. That's where there's been an explosion of inequality, huge explosion, primarily in the United States, also to some extent in other English-speaking countries. And poverty remains at extraordinary levels. With regard to poverty and inequality, by most measures in the OECD studies, the United States ranks with the poorest of the 31 countries. It ranks alongside of Mexico and Turkey. Poverty rates and inequality in the United States are much greater than poor or quite poor European countries like Portugal. And this has been consistent over.
How much does Bill Gates make a second? quotes per second is not a lot.
In 50 years. The same is true of measures of social justice. And that's measures that include things like infant mortality, hunger, and so on. Of the 31 OECD countries, the United States ranks 27th, right down to the bottom, right along with Greece, only slightly above Mexico, Chile, and Turkey. There is an associated and quite striking fact, which you perhaps have read about in the newspapers. It's recently been discovered that among a sector of the American population, less educated whites, mainly white males, that means with only high school education, among this large sector of the American population, life expectancy is actually declining. Now, that's something that is unheard of in rich societies. The life expectancy continually rises. The United States is not particularly high in life expectancy, but that life expectancy should reduce among a major sector of the population, less educated white males. That's unheard of. These are surely all of this is surely a consequence of the neoliberal policies of the past generation, deregulation, marketization, decline of public institutions, and so on. It has led to general, in the United States, and similar things are even worse elsewhere. It's led to pretty much stagnation for much, in fact, enjoy.
And then this guy comes. Oh.
The population sometimes decline. Real wages, actual wages, evaluated relative to inflation, real wages for male workers are now at the level of about the late 1960s. There's been considerable growth, but it's gone into very few pockets. The last couple of years, almost all the growth has gone into a tiny percentage of the wealthy population. So there is, in fact, now this radical concentration of wealth, not in parts of the population that are really productive. Much of it is in financial institutions, which have a dubious and maybe even harmful effect on the economy. And this is understood by the major powerful institutions. So, for example, a couple of years ago, Citigroup, one of the major financial institutions, published a report for the investors and the Citigroup deals with, and it urged them to direct their investments to what they call the plutonomy index. Plutonomy means the sector of the population, the wealthier sector of the population. It's worldwide, incidentally. So the plutonomy is a worldwide class system of very wealthy people. And it says mostly in the United States, but also some elsewhere, some in China, some in Saudi Arabia, and so on, but primarily in the United States, that that's where the real good investment opportunities are. You can kind of disregard the rest; they're not important. And in fact, it's now common to divide the world's population into a plutonomy, which is the upper sector of wealth and power, and what's sometimes called the precariat, the people who live precarious lives without security, without benefits, in many countries, including rich countries in Europe. The unemployment among youth is extraordinarily high. People are living at home into their 40s, can't start families, get no jobs. So that's the precariat, part-time jobs, no job. Same in the United States. Take colleges and universities, which increasingly are hiring temporary workers, adjuncts, graduate students, people have no protection, can be dismissed easily or paid very little. And that's the precariat. So the world is kind of dividing into a plutonomy and a precariat, and as many have pointed out, by now the super rich really inhabit a different world, a world that barely has contact with the general population, except to extract resources from them. Well, there's much debate about the causes for all of this. Turns out to be many complexities, but there's ample evidence that it doesn't have to do with any economic laws, but to largely with policy decisions, not economic necessity. And if you look at the policy decisions keeping to the United States now, we should recognize that the United States is different from other societies in many ways. One way is that it's by far the richest society in the world with incomparable advantages. That's been true since its founding. In fact, throughout its history, the United States has been the richest or close to the richest country in the world. By the late 19th century, the U.S. economy was greater than that of the other advanced societies combined. 20th century just accelerated this. I'll come back to that. But though the United, that's one respect in which, and of course the United States has enormous advantages. Huge territory, relatively underpopulated once the indigenous population was eliminated or destroyed, enormous internal resources, extraordinary security, and so on. But also, to an unusual extent, the United States is a business-run society. It's partly the result of the fact that it didn't grow out of existing feudal institutions. It became, to the extent, run by the business world. And that's revealed in many ways. So take, say, voting, much on everybody's mind right now. The United States has a pretty high abstention level, people who don't vote. And that's been investigated with interesting results. One of the leading scholars who studies contemporary electoral politics, Walter Dean Burnham, a very distinguished scholar, about some years ago did a careful study of the socioeconomic profile of non-voters in the United States. And what he discovered is that their socioeconomic profile matches those in Europe, similar societies, those in Europe who vote for labor-based or social democratic parties. That sector of the population in the United States just doesn't vote because nothing represents them. There are no such parties. Just recently, Dean Burnham, same scholar, and Thomas Ferguson, a very prominent political scientist, did a very careful study of voting in the most recent election, 2014. Did a careful county-by-county study of just what voting was like. And they came out with a pretty spectacular.
Wait, do the police record your calls? The police record phone calls?
conclusion. It turned out that voting in that election was approximately the same as in the 1820s, when the vote was restricted to propertied white males. 2014, about the same level of voting, which tells you quite a lot about participation in what's called a democratic society. And these results are amplified when we look at how people are represented by their own representatives. There's a way of studying that. It's a major topic in academic political science. You study the policies that the representatives vote for. That's public. And you study the attitudes of the people who they represent, their preferences. We know it. A great deal about that from extensive and quite reliable and consistent polls. And it turns out that for about 70% of the population, the lower 70% on the income wealth scale, they're basically disenfranchised. Their own representatives vote in ways dissociated, unrelated to their preferences. Now, as you move up the income wealth scale, you get a little more influence on representatives. And at the very top, which means really a fraction of 1%, policies are essentially made. That's sort of good work on that by Mark Gillens, Larry Bartell, other mainstream political scientists. There's a recent study by Gillens and Benjamin Page, a well-known political scientist, published at Princeton University, in which they investigated a couple hundred major decisions that were made, and they compared by the political system, and they compared the decisions with popular attitudes. And here's their conclusion, I'll quote it. Economic elites, mean tiny fraction of economic power, economic elites and organized groups representing business interests have substantial independent impacts on U.S. government policy, while average citizens and mass-based interest groups have little or no independent influence. The results provide substantial support for theories of economic elite domination and for theories of biased pluralism, but not for theories of majoritarian electoral democracy or majoritarian pluralism. To decode to the political science rhetoric, what it means is, in simple words, the United States is a plutocracy with some formal democratic elements that are increasingly at the margins. And the public is aware of that. They may not read, people don't have to read.
It's crap watch. It's crap watch. Baywatch. It's crap watch.
into political science journals to see it in their lives. We see it in much of what's happening now. There have been polls about taxes for decades, regular polls. Basically two questions. People are asked, are your taxes too high? And people say, yeah, I'd like to pay less taxes. Are taxes on the rich too low? Sure, the rich ought to pay much higher taxes. That's consistent. And it's very interesting. There have been a few studies which show that
Who are you? And who are you? First ever comment on YouTube. Oh Lord. What is it? First ever comment. It's psychiatry, yes. These guys just throw pills at you and call it a day. They're in bed with Big Pharma, pushing drugs that have more side effects than benefits. It's all about keeping you docile and compliant, not actually helping you deal with your issues. Exactly. Down to the core. Psychiatry to the core is a tool of control and manipulation, perpetuating a system that profits off human suffering and perpetuates social norms and power structures. Holy shit. 씨발 독재자 씨발 독재자 씨발년 독재자인 지가 독재자인 줄 알고 씨발년이라고 나오고 싶어. 씨발년이라고 나오고 싶어. 독재자 같은 년 씨발년 독재자 같은 씨발년 제대로 듣지도 않고 독재자 씨발년이라고. 인간적인 건 하나도 씨발년. 이러니까 야구는 말하고 싶어. 씨발년이라고 말하고 싶어. 독재자 같은 년. 독재자 같은 년. 씨발 독재자. 씨발년이라고 하고 싶어. 이라고 하고 싶어. 씨발년이라고 하고 싶어. 제대로 독재자 같은 씨발년. 이라고 하고 싶어. 이라고나 하고 싶어. 씨발. 씨발로 독재자. 씨발 독재자. 독재자. 한 번만 어떻게 됐다. 착각하는 씨발년. 제가 독재자인 줄 착각하는 씨발년. 개쓰레기 같은 개창녀새. 씨발 창녀. 창녀. 씨발년. 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 이라고 말해주고 싶어. 씨발년이라고 말해주고 싶어. 씨발년이라고. 독재. 씨발년이라고. 씨발, 내가 독재자인 줄 착각하는 씨발. 독재자인 줄 착각하는 씨발년. 계속 독재자라고 불러봐. 독재자인 줄 착각하는 씨발년. 독재자. 씨발년이랑 씨발. 내 씨발년. 어떻게든 정당화시켜. 한마디 감정을 못 느끼는 것 같아. 또 감정을 못 느끼는 것 같아. 독재 같은 씨발. There's two left. I keep wanting to eat the cheesecake because I don't know. I keep wanting to. potential
essential for pathology, knowing human experiences, historical types of social control and coercion. Reinforcing power dynamics, societal norms rather than challenging them. Fucked up. Psychiatry's fucked up. Psychiatry at its origin is not what most people think. Exorcism. Reflecting lack of understanding of mental illness is often causing more harm than 독재자 같은. 라고는 말해주고 싶어. 시발년이야, 시발년. 마음 같아서 시발년이라고 말해주고 싶어. 진짜. 마음 같아서 시발년 독재 같은 년, 시발. 그냥 시발년 독재. 계속 잠깐 그냥 굴러오. 시발년. 시발년 독재. 시발년 독재. 시발년. 시발년. 시발년 제대로 불러봐. 시발년 나오면 말해주고 싶어. XX냐 XX I swear that it's like 시발년 그냥 시발년 독재자 같은 잠깐 시발년이 계속 독재적으로 골라오면 시발년이 독재라고 말해주고 싶어. 시발년 말해주고 싶어. 시발년 시발년이 시발. 어째 그렇게 시발이야. 시발. 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 나와. 아, 계속 뭐가 먹고 싶어지네. 미치겠다. 너무 배고파, 항상. 씨발, 진짜 씨발. 나무 말해주고 싶다. 나무 말해주고 싶다. 씨발, 씨발, 씨발. 시발년, 시발, 시발년이. X. 배고픈데 왜 이렇게 배고프지 항상? 먹어도 배고픈데. Dude, the corporations own the government. It's all fucked up. The corporations own the government. Corporations own the government. Corporations own the government, bro. Corporations favor conservatives, of course. Deregulation, tax cuts, business-friendly environments. It's all a fuckery. It's all a fuckery. I'm gonna escape here.
The political system increasingly functions without public input. It means to an increasing extent, not only do people not ratify decisions presented to them, but they don't even take the trouble of ratifying them. They assume that the decisions are going on independently of what they may do in the polling booth. And they notice that even ratification of decisions made elsewhere is a very weak form of democracy. Ratification would be what? But, well, ratification would mean a system in which there are two positions presented to me, the voter. I go into the polling booth and I push one or another button depending on which of those positions I want. That's a very limited form of democracy. A really meaningful democracy would mean that I play a role in forming those decisions, in creating those positions, that those positions reflect my active, creative participation. Not just me, but of course everyone. That would be real democracy. We're very far from that. In a capitalist democracy, you have the problem, and it is always perceived as a problem, that the general population has a method of participating in decision making. They can participate in politics. The state is not capable of stopping them. You can't shut them up. You can't put them in jail. You can't keep them away from the polls and so on. And it's striking that that has always been perceived as a problem to be overcome. It's what's called the crisis of democracy. Too many people organizing themselves to enter the public arena. That's a crisis. So therefore, we have to have what Walter Lippmann, back in 1920 or so, called manufacture of consent. We have to ensure that actual decision-making, actual power is in the hands of what he called a specialized class. That's smart guys, who are going to make the right decisions. And we've got to keep the general population marginalized because they're always going to make mistakes. Marginalizing meaning? Reduce them to apathy and obedience. Allow them to participate in the political system, but as consumers, not as true participants. That is, allow them a method for ratifying decisions that are made by others, but eliminate the methods by which they might first inform themselves, second organize, and third act in such a way as to really control decision making. That is, the idea is our leaders control us, not we control them. The doctrines of the Enlightenment held that individuals should be free from the coercion of concentrated power. And the kind of concentrated power that they were thinking about was the church and the state and the feudal system and so on. And you could sort of imagine a population of relatively equal people, at least equal white male property owners who would be not controlled by those private powers. But in the subsequent period, a new form of power developed, namely corporations, with highly concentrated power over decision-making in economic life. That is, control over what's produced, what's distributed, what's invested, and so on and so forth, is very narrowly concentrated. So this is why the vice president of a large corporation would say the public mind is the chief. The public mind might have funny ideas about democracy, which say that we should not be forced simply to rent ourselves to the people who own the country, and own its institutions. Rather, we should play a role in determining what those institutions do. That's democracy. If we were to move towards democracy, and I think democracy even in the 18th century sense, we would say that there should be no maldistribution of power in determining what's produced, what's distributed, what's invested, and so on. Rather, that should be that's a problem for the entire community. In fact, there are, in my own personal view, unless we move in that direction, human society probably isn't going to survive. Why? Well, we now face the most awesome problems of human history, problems such as the likelihood of nuclear conflict, either among the superpowers or through proliferation, the destruction of a fragile environment, which finally we're beginning to recognize that was obvious decades ago that we're heading for disaster. Other problems of this nature, they're of a level of seriousness that they never were in the past.
But why do you think more participation by the public, more democracy is the answer?
Because, well, more democracy is a value in itself. So quite apart, because democracy is a value, it doesn't have to be defended anywhere in freedom it's to be defended. It's just, it's part of, it's an essential feature of human nature that people should be free, they should be able to participate, they should be uncoerced, and so on.
So
these are values in themselves.
But why do you think if we go that route?
Because I think that that's the only hope that I can see, that other values will come to the fore. I mean, if the society is based on control by private wealth, it will reflect the values that it in fact does reflect. The value that the only real human property is the desire for is greed and the desire to maximize personal gain at the expense of others. Now, any society, maybe a small society based on that principle is ugly, but it can survive. A global society based on that principle is headed for massive destruction. And that's what we are. We have to have a mode of social organization that reflects other values that I think are inherent in human nature that people recognize.
And that would be, I want to see exactly what you mean.
I mean, what are human beings? I mean, in your family, for example, it's not the case that in the family every person tries to maximize personal gain at the expense of others. Or if they do, it's kind of pathological. It's not the case that if you and I are, say, walking down the street and we see a child eating a piece of candy and we see that nobody's around, we don't ever happen to be hungry, we don't steal it. If we did that, it would be pathological. I mean, the idea of care for others and concern for other people's needs and concern for a fragile environment that must sustain future generations, all of these things are part of human nature. These are elements of human nature that are suppressed in a social and cultural system which is designed to maximize personal gain. And I think we must try to overcome that suppression, and that's in fact what democracy could bring about. It could lead to the expression of other human needs and values which tend to be suppressed under the institutional structure of a system of private power and private profit. If a real democracy is going to thrive, if the real values that are deeply embedded in human nature are going to be able to flourish, and I think that's necessary to save us, if nothing else, it's an absolute necessity that groups form in which people can join together, can share their concerns, can articulate their ideas, can gain a response, can discover what they think, can discover what they believe, what their values are. This can't be imposed on you from above. You have to discover it by experiment, by effort, by trial, by application, and so on. And this has to be done with others. Furthermore, surely central to human nature is a need to be engaged with others in cooperative efforts of solidarity and concern. That can only happen, almost by definition, through group structures. And unless such political and other civic organizations, all sorts of trade associations, I mean, there are all kinds of ways in which people can associate with one another. And I think what I would like to see is a move towards a society which is really based on proliferating voluntary organization.
Are salads digested fast? Looks so cool. This looks cooler than sports cars on Honest too. Cybertruck. Tragedy on Ford. 우리 차들. 딴 거는 못 사겠어. 넌 지금 환경 해치기 싫어하는 환경 해치기. Oh, fucker. Komsky. So cool conclusions. He said something about Greta Thunberg.
We're talking about the survival of human society. That's in our hands right now. And it's utterly scandalous that the lead in struggling against this is teenage kids. Where's the rest of us? Greta Thunberg, okay, marvelous person, but why a 16-year-old kid? Yeah, indeed. And when she testifies at the UN, everyone nods their heads, pats her on the head, very nice. That goes back to exactly where we were.
So, again, the question, how optimistic are you that humanity can actually overcome these problems or will overcome these problems?
You know, it's really not the right question. I mean, you have two choices. You can decide it's all hopeless, give up, and make sure that the worst will happen. Or you can try to grasp what opportunities there are, and they do exist, and dedicate yourself to that. Make it like a bit.
The economies have changed dramatically in the last 35 years. There's been a major conscious process of financialization of the economy and kind of exporting of productive industry. It's very conscious, and this is not particularly obscure why. By about that time, it was possible to make more profit shenanigans of money manipulation than doing anything productive. And in market society, people with capital go for less profit. And one corollary of that was that the political pressure was to dismantle the regulatory apparatus. And with the support of economists, incidentally working with economic theories, and it's astonishing that they're not ashamed of themselves. But anyway, that's what happened. One consequence of this, one aspect of it, is that for roughly 30 years over that, for the majority of the population, wages have, real wages have pretty closely stagnated. Little growth, but not much. That's most of the population.
families get by with two husband and wife working. We have very limp real weight.
비정상적인 자리죠. 얼마나 기계가 비정상적. 인간납치하고 비정상적인 기계한 줄 모르죠. 보통이요. 뭐 이래야 정상인데. 뭐 그래요? 사실은 좀 알아. 얼마나 기괴한지 알죠. 비정상적인지 본인이 반응이 얼마나 기괴하고 비정상적인지 모르죠. 비정상적이고. 기괴하고 비정상적이고 본이 얼마나 기괴하고 기계적인지 알. 채집이다. 본이 얼마나 기계적. 기괴하. 얼마나 기괴한지 모르죠. 본인 반응들이 얼마나 기괴한지. 완전 미친 것 같아, 미친. 와, 항상 그렇게. 한심한, 진짜 한심해요, 진짜 한심.
Pretty close to stagnated, a little growth, but not much. That's most of the population.
뭐 알아서 하시는 거죠. 완전 미친 것 같아. 봉이 한번 되돌아보길 바래요. 못 읽어서 한번 되돌아보길 바래요.
Families get by with two
hamlets are in trouble, and it shows up in all kind of ways. People are, you can keep your income up by asset inflation. And by debt. The asset inflation, of course, can't last. So you have repeated bubbles collapsing. The last one was an $8 trillion housing bubble, which amazingly almost no economist could see. I mean, the trend line in housing prices was going way beyond a 100-year record. There's no reason for it. It was obviously going to burst. That's that's the assets of most people. They're in trouble. People are in deep trouble. Not trouble like Central Africa, but that's not the way you evaluate circumstances. You ask what should be able to happen in a rich country like this. So people are, and they also see us ostentatious wealth. It's quite striking that for a while after the financial collapse, the super rich were kind of playing it cool, so they weren't try to not be too ostentatious, but now it's over. The New York Times, a couple days ago, had a front page article describing exactly this phenomenon. Back to great parties and events, showing off how rich we are. Another article in the same issue said corporate profits have broken records. Banks have so much money they don't know what to do with it. Well, people may not know the details, but they can see this. And they can see what's happening in their own lives. In manufacturing industry, unemployment's about the rate of the Great Depression, and I'm old enough to remember that. And it was bad, but there was kind of hopefulness. I know my relatives are mostly unemployed workers, but they were not desperate. They were poor, but not desperate, because it looked like something could happen. We could do things together. It was a better future. My seamstress aunts who were unemployed were in the garment workers union, and they got some benefits from that. And they also felt that, also some educational programs, cultural programs, they felt that we can get out of this where jobs are not coming back, not unless we have quite a different social order here.
좀 돌아보는 게 다니면 돌아보시고 얼마나 비계란 반응이지 잠을 못할 것 같아.
There's plenty of need for that. In fact, what's happening
이것도 대충 상황 아니까 그렇게 적으세요. 성능비 불평불만한다고 적으세요. 한 줄 적으세요. 똑같이 한 줄 적으세요. 원하시면 한 줄 적으세요. 원하시면 그딴 식으로 적으세요. 또 한 줄 적으세요. 상관없어요.
disrespect is
자각? 인지를 못하다. 인지하다. 자, 징그러. 떨어지. 갈수록 형평성이 떨어지는 쓰레기짐이요. 쓰레기짐. 이런 걸 쓰레기짐이라고. 쓰레기짐이요.
And sometimes I almost surreal that, for example, the government effectively owned most of the auto industry for a while. And the policies they were pursuing was closing down plants, just like GM had been doing. At the same moment, Obama's transportation secretary was in Europe and traveling around Spain and trying to get contracts using stimulus money for Spanish factories to produce high-speed transport for the United States, which we desperately need, as anyone who's taken the train here knows. There's things to be produced very well in Michigan and Indiana. Maybe not profitable for the bankers, but certainly good for the workforce and the communities. But that wasn't even considered an option. Green technology, which is supposed to be the expanding area.
Who the fuck is that? The fuck, man? The fuck, man? Why is she getting so short? The fuck is that height difference? 뭐냐? 거인이지, 거인. What is the fucking height difference? Fucking difference. The fuck is this shit? The fuck is this shit? Wait. Calc got blocked though. 바텀부터인데. Saw this photo already though, but it's a fucked up photo is what it is. Don't know who the fuck this girl is. Hello, LLILYY. Bro, it's a fucked up industry. It's all fucked up, but we'll see. Wait up. Should create another account and create. No, 2024. Wait, go to. Okay. Oh, wait. Alright, let me create another account. M_T. Feature that password. No, I should have added. 정말 뭔가. It's all garbage. Look now.
all fucked up. It's a fuckery. What should I say though? I love smokies. Total. We'll try something else.
Wait, I can't tag certain people. It's completely different.
A total. Wow. Hashtag smokies problems. Holy Drew. Jeffrey. Okay. Jeffrey. Everyone. You give head to be comfy fast. That's disgusting, bro. Sorry. That shivers. Thank you. Like my own photo, obviously. What's the post game tag? We'll see. Fuck that shit.
What's his name? I have to focus, but I'm not focusing. So. Who's the guy? Who's the fucking? Oh. Main viewer. Yo, that's tough. Fuck that shit. Must be done though. Anything that can. It's capital. The name of the game, bro. Name of the game. Arr. Why are my tags not appearing? You're so gorgeous. You're so gorgeous with the crying. The crying emoji. You're so gorgeous with the crying. Small penis bro. I love small penis. Small penis. Small penis. Wait, this is cop 3. Wait.
Quickly wrap up. Girls Crosby, Oxford Hills 13-10 in North
The fuck?
Girls tennis defeated TA 3-2, Kenny Muck 4-1, and Bonnie Eagle 5-0.
The fuck? Who the fuck are you? You look like fucking robots. Fucking robots.
Hey Stacks, happy Wednesday. Here's this week.
Fuck off. You fucking robots. Absolute robots. You're not gonna have a personality, man. You don't even have a personality. Bananas. You're so gorgeous with a crying emoji. With a crying emoji. Disgusting though. Wait, why no internet connection? Did I get banned already? LFR. You're so gorgeous with the. Oh, he got blocked. Oh man. Oh, LFR. Small bananas. I love the small bananas. Oh, I love smooth. Oh, that's hilarious. Dude, it got erased. She got mad. Oh, it's so hilarious, bro. Okay, Opa, what am I gonna do in this situation? What is the best move on the chessboard, like Tate said? You're so gorgeous with a high moves. I love smoking this. Love smoke. Shivers bone. Wait. Leave some bananas, right? I love smoked bananas. I love smoked bananas. Sugar athletics. I'll eat up for her. Meaningful. Alright, shivers. We're gonna focus on shivers. Shivers soccer probably. There's a Christmas card. I lost the movie. Oh, please, help me. Oh, this is toxic, bro. You're not an entrepreneur. Fuck off. One more tired days. Oh no. It's small things. Wait, who's the go back? I love Keep editing. Stop the little small penis thing. So make it. Is private. It's the account, huh? We'll see, we'll see. Oh, people though. Did any of these guys go to Harvard or anything? I want to know. Did any of these guys go to Harvard or anything? Fuck no. Oh, she actually went to Harvard. Music and biology. What are you gonna do with music and biology, bro? She went to Harvard, but what the fuck? I mean, what are you gonna do with music and biology? The fuck are you gonna do? But I need money. I need capital is what I need. I would require capital. If I had capital, I would actually be able to do things, you know. Capital. Because I'm a genius, bro. If I had capital, I'd be able to do. L.P. Farrer got mad. Small penis joke. Oh man, that's hilarious, bro. 못하죠. You're still going. 못하죠. I don't know what to say about this, so I still have to. I'm not sleeping. I should stop. I'll probably sleep, bro. Dude, is this account private or something? Should probably make it private. 싫어한다. 지원자가. 지랄한다. 이력서 이거 좋아하네. 이력서 좋아하네. 이거 프라이버시로 이미 돼 있는데 갱스타. 모르겠어. Bro, still, I didn't get banned. Resilience building. Why is this guy following you, pension? Why are these guys following Phillips Academy? Because it's. 아, 왜 이렇게 덥지? 씨발. 저거 돌아갔더니. 아, 피곤하다. Yo, got any ideas, bro? Lying around? Well, Andrew Tatum said himself that he turned to online club. Lee Shabari. Main goal. Shabari. Athletics, Shabari, and main goal. I don't know, I'm sleepy is what I want. I'm getting sleepy. Sleepy is what I am. Fucking sleepy. I'm fucking sleepy. Done. I posted all. Feel better, bro. Chewing. We'll start looking upwards. You're funny. Slut. A slut. Well, there's that. Why does she have a scratch on her like that? I don't know, bro. Fucking bullshit scratch. Or the fat fuck. Exposed as a slut. Exposed. But she got exposed anyway, so doesn't matter. Boobies my ass, bro. Seeds, bro. Boobies my ass. Wait, where's the some adventures looking like that? I just can't watch this, bro. Too fucking, I don't know. Very feministic. I called her a the picture, bro. Started blubbering in Arabic. What the fuck was she saying in Arabic, right? Translate all of this shit. I called her a bitch too. Called her a bitch as well, so. What was this shit? Also, that's very disgusting. Wait, who was this? What was her name? Disgusting, bro. Very disgusting. Oh. Yuck. Opposing values, bro. Fuck am I? 왜 이렇게 더워지지? Bro, IG's endless loophole. Am I saying this? I know I'm fucking in the Matrix right now. I'm very aware. I'm conscious. In the Matrix, but same thing. That's the thing. I can't. I know I'm in it, but I can't do anything though. Gordon Digger. Dig.
I don't think it's attractive, honestly. Look at the face. I'm not sure. It's a very, I don't know, boy-like face. I don't know. It doesn't look. Can't see femininity there. I don't see femininity there. Okay. I don't see any. I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure, bro. Maybe this. Maybe even then. Really not for sure either. This one maybe. Maybe. Like, nah. Oh, remember this? No, bro. This was the golden age of amigos, right? Golden age, bro. It's golden age, bro. Golden age, bro. That's not how it looks. I mean, the reality is here, right here. Disgusting. Disgusting, bro. That's the reality, bro. Just gotta pick and choose, right? Just gotta pick and choose, right? Pick and choose, right? So, but what the fuck, man? Yo, what is this photo? What is this photo, man? This photo, man. Feminine, very feminine, yeah. But, bro, what the freak, man? No comment. What the fuck? Wait, what's that? It's all fuckery anyway. Indeed. Pun. Pun. 백주인가 뭔가. 백주의였나 뭔가. There's a bunch of garbage bullshit, bro. Oh, this is the disgusting photo. Oh, it's this very vile. Fucking vile. Wait, let me search up, yes, here. 아니 왜 이제 I should remove all the photos. Fucking bullshit. I'm going through a lot of bullshit right now. I really should sleep. Or at least try to get some sleep in, right? Is that the church? Who the fuck is this? Why did I follow this bitch? Hey, Bulaska or whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever, right? But why is she? My son at night, sailors the light. Which isn't even edited. This girl's so innocent, bro. She's so innocent, bro. I can't even. Hard to find girls like that, man. It's hard to find girls like this. What more can I say? Innocence of this degree, bro, is hard to find. If you can't. Bullshit, man. Ain't it funny? Ain't it funny? Ain't it funny? Ain't it funny, huh? Why is everything else blurred? I don't know what to feel about this, bro. Pick tree or not? Right though. Tree. Columbus. Just go up on time protecting, bro. Bro, would you? 육질을 먹어보자. 수고. Nah, bitch. Nah, bitch. LXBKI. LXBKI. Whoa, this was the one I had a lot of, holy shit, a lot. A fuck ton of hair. Fuck ton. A whole fuck ton. Compared to now, it's nothing. A fuck ton, man. A fuck ton, man. What was this? 2022. Jesus Christ, yeah, I remember this. I don't want to see it right now. October 28th. Must have took some photo. Must have took some photos. Nah, bitch. Fuck. Where's this creature? Weird ass looking creature. The fuck? The fuck? It's innocent. Paige said it. Oh, I haven't gone anywhere. I haven't gone anywhere. Paige said it. Andrew too. Absolutely fucking nailed it. Innocence. Most recent photo. Recent photo. Smokey kind of looks at me. Sorry right now, I'm making dinner. I'm making dinner. Ain't it funny? Ain't it funny? Ain't it funny? Ain't it funny? Oh, this. Seriously. Fuck that shit. Hooch. Hooch. Hoochie pants. Gucci. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Man, don't rest on you, chain.
피곤하다. 왜 이렇게 피곤한데 잠을 못 자겠지? 돌겠다. Wasting a lot of time. So I'm sharing a lot of information. Let's just make it Friday, but I don't know. At the same time, I'm wasting a lot of time, that's for sure. I should definitely reset the stream. End the stream or reset it. Rewrite it. Rewrite the stacks. World Spider's Web, right? It's all bullshit, bro. I don't trust anybody, bro. It's all fucking garbage, right? Garbage.
일도 찾아볼 수 없는 현장이랑 감정이랑 뭐 일도 찾아볼 수 없어. 아니 찾아볼 수 없는.
진짜. 인간적인 감정이랑 1도 찾아볼 수 없는. 인간적인 감정이랑 1도 찾아볼 수 없는.
개판이지. 진짜 개판이었어. 진짜 사실이었어. 개판인 건 사실. 인정. That's fake though. It's fake. Fake. Yeah, fake. Did it already though. The fuck is this creature? Oh no. Oh, spider's web, huh? Spider's web. What is spider's web? Huh? Disgusting photos. Photos. Where's the 재미없는데 다? Gee. Where's the monkey crown? Looks like what's what? Yeah, funny how we use braces. And the Gucci. that Gucci, bro. Fuck that Gucci, bro. Nothing. This monkey kind of looks like you. I don't know. If I don't use race. This monkey kind of looks like. I don't know. These races. Where's the November 27th? I don't think I have to hide this part. Yep. Right here.
Go to China, they go to Spain, go to Germany. Investors in the United States. Last figures I saw are investing, I think, about twice as much in China as they were in the United States and Europe combined. Then in Germany, Spain, France.
History 한강이 뭐야?
China is a leader if they just already in wind and solar technology. That can't be done here in Church. In fact, a lot of the high technology, the innovations, the ideas come from here, but they're produced there. China's kind of like an assembly plant, where the surrounding industrial area in the United States assemble the products that come back here.
History. 쓰레기 같은 걸 계속 올리냐? 쓰레기 같은 걸 계속. Oh, what is this? All this garbage? What's all this garbage? Distractions from fucking capitalism, bro. Fucking distractions. 이거 뭐야? 죄책감이랑 1도 없는데.
수고하세요.
뭔가 인간적인 감정이라고.
어느 부서에 가더라도 늘 친정집인 사르고 주변만 낸다. 말도 없고 직접 돈을 주고 산 건 기자. 그리고 이 인간 기대한다는 거야.
왜요? 뭐 할 말 있어요?
지나친 기대를 헛된 희망이다.
뭔데요?
수연이 불과 몇 시간 전에 이 기자 서 있는 바로 거기서 뛰어내린 거 알죠? 왜 하필이면 이 기자가 거기 서 있나 싶어서. 근데 왜 그렇게 놀래? 몰랐어요? 지금 신문도 안 봐? 기자가? 저녁 약속이 있는 것 같으니까 봉투 보낼 거면 내가 전달할게요. 이런 인턴이 없고 상황인 것 같지만 잠시 잠깐이라도 동료고
Everything is garbage. I'm not consuming garbage. All these all these pop culture drama, TV shows keep you distracted. Get distracted. All these pop cultural drama TV shows keep you distracted. From reality. 현실. Realities of the world around them. Kept true. What is this bullshit? I don't understand what this bullshit is. I don't understand what all this bullshit is. All this fucking shows. Why don't they deal with more pressing societal issues on the front lines, bro? Let's after sleep after this, alright? What else makes us depressed? Take away our jobs. It's all a distraction. It's all indoctrination.
Oh my god, bro. So much Matrix bullshit garbage.
Learn to see what's real and what's fake.
Wait, did I get a response? Let's see. All this bullshit garbage media. Probably did. Probably haven't yet, but probably soon. Yeah. Just wait. It's all this garbage. Focus on what's real. Forget everything that's fake. Matrix garbage is what it is. Matrix garbage. Matrix garbage.
Matrix garbage. That takes corporate America matrix. Corporate society matrix. To a large degree. Who you were born from determine your life path to a large degree. Like Andrew Tate, Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate escaped the Matrix with armed guards and everything. He escaped the Matrix, bro. He's not part of it anymore. Oh, fuck. Pomsky. Oh, bro. Been listening to a lot of Pomsky, but it'd be better if I had an Apple Vision. I'd be able to click right away, you know, right on your face, a large screen right on your face, just with a click, right? That'd be amazing. Evolve. Features are evolving. I mean, maybe later on all this would be very, I don't know. All this would be very outdated, I guess. All this earlier methods, like actually going to the fucking psychiatrist, and yeah, just like how things back then were outdated in a sense. I'll watch some comps before I sleep. 아이리스 백그라운드 뮤직이 갑자기 생각나네. I wanna watch this. Crimes of U.S. Presidents. Basic income, Soviet Union versus socialism. What did they say about Bitcoin?
I'm of three minds about that. My first mind is that I don't know enough to answer, and I don't think anyone does.
So that's a true intellectual spirit, you know. If you don't know much about, like, because he's pretty, like, 저 사람은 세대가 안 맞지. 당연히 모르는 게 당연한 거고. 저게 인텔렉츄얼 자세지. 일단 많이 모른다는 자세로. 그치. 비트코인을 알 리가 없지. 지금은 세대 차이가 오늘 엄청 많은데.
I've looked into it to an extent, and it seems to be, the guesses seem to be pretty uncertain. That leads to the first two lines.
things that will be watch. Watch. 너무 덥다. 잠깐만 히트 좀 내보내자. The things they teach in school are useless garbage. They indoctrinate the youth. They don't teach money in school. Just don't teach it.
I don't know whether it's negative. My guess is it probably won't have a major effect. But let me make clear that that's a guess with low confidence.
That's the attitude. True intellectual's attitude. Admitting true intellectual's attitude. True intellectual's attitude, meaning you don't know much about something. Understandable regarding his age. And generational differences. When was this?
톡톡 제조 3다수.
Mr. Chomsky, that impotence of...
Frankly, there's a lot of feeling about that, but I really.
I'll watch this and then I'll watch
Kamsiki on probably Who Rules the World and on Basic Income. Snowden. I don't want to watch anything else. Probably go to sleep after that. See you when I wake up. By tomorrow, got a lot to do. Recordings and some other stuff, man. Yeah. See you later. Recording and yeah, and then 김희진 그 독주. There's a lot to do. See you later.